We're waiting, Mr. Redfield. I think we could probably handle one matter very, very quickly, and that would be Josh Butler, who's here. Mr. Butler, good morning. I think Josh, how are you? Go ahead and have a seat. I think we can deal with your matter now. We're at the end of an SOC. There's $75 owing on but otherwise you've been, your behavior's not bad. You've been doing well. How's life treating you?
Kind of good. Kind of good. I got hurt. Remember I told you on the phone in January, something like that.
City have a position on the $75.
Yeah, the city's not gonna be taking any action.
Mr. Butler, the city's going to give you the benefit of the bargain. The matter will be dismissed. You take care of yourself. That concludes the case. You're free to leave. You have a good day. Okay. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
You take care of yourself.
Thank you, sir.
And it's good to see you here, healthy, well, and
Nice to see you too.
hopefully next time we see each other, it'll be out on the street somewhere and not here. Take care. Raymond Scott is not here. That's a $50 left on the deal.
City's not taking any action.
Let's just it was a diversion. That means city wish a warrant or just simply closed. Dismiss without prejudice.
Forward on here. Just give me a second. Morning, Judge. Can you hear me?
I certainly can. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Michael Ward.
Mr. Ward, good morning.
Good morning.
And this matter is, Your Honors, has been said over a few times, and we're coming back before the court for a pre-hearing conference. And I believe, based on my conversation with Mr. Ward yesterday, that I think again, it's up to Mr. Ward, but I think he's ready to resolve the matter today. I have prepared a statement of defendant on plea of guilty again for him. And I think one of his issues before was he was taking issue with who contacted who. And so I wrote up a statement that's very brief, just indicates that contact happened on a particular date. And it's my understanding Mr. Ward is comfortable with that, I believe. And so, I think he'd like to resolve this matter and would ask Your Honor to inquire today.
The statement in paragraph 11 does read as follows. On May 10th, 2023, in the city of Yelm, I had contact with Miriam Whitman, which I do is in violation of a domestic violence no contact order. That doesn't say who initiated the contact one way or the other. But in any event, for the record, your name is Michael Andrew Lloyd Ward.
Correct.
Mr. Ward, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of violating the terms and conditions of a protection order violation. Plea form tells me you're 34 years of age. Any issues at all reading, understanding the plea form?
No, sir.
Now, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal. A simply sentencing, which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine. You realize that?
Yes, sir.
With that in mind, as to one count of violating the terms and conditions of a restraining order alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on May 10th of 2023, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to make you plead guilty?
No, sir.
I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And I do find that your statement in paragraph 11, which I have read into the record, does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. I'll hear from the city with regard to the recommendation.
The city just asked to follow the recommendation in the complete plea.
And in the plea, if I read it correctly, 364 days, all suspended on the condition there be law-abiding behavior. Any additional conditions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Havercoat?
It's an agreed recommendation, Your Honor. I don't know what the credit for time served is at this point, but he's been in custody for a bit on this matter. And I think, you know, he definitely wants to kind of move on from this and get this matter behind him. Doesn't wish to have any contact with the person and just, you know, kind of really wants to move on, I think, and kind of get his life back together.
I will note for the record that yes, Mr. Ward has been held in custody on bail in this matter, and he will get credit for each and every day that he did serve, if any jail time is imposed. Mr. Ward, anything you'd like to say? You have a right of allocution. Anything you think I should know before sentencing?
My time in here has been extremely difficult. I've had bursa twice now. I've had other things going on. I'd just really like to get forward so I can get a job and get, you know, be positive and productive. That's my biggest thing right now. My family, you know, my grandma's passing of cancer and stuff like that. I'd like to see her. I'd like to, you know, I'd just like to move forward.
Is anybody else wish to weigh in on the matter? Not hearing from anyone. Mr. Ward, what I'm going to do is this. I'll impose 364 days in jail. I'm going to suspend 364 days on the condition that you have law-abiding behavior, and that especially relates to domestic matters and no contact orders. You have prior history of violations with that regard, so that I'm going to take fairly seriously if there's any violation of that at all.
May I ask?
Oh, yes, certainly.
Something else, sir. So there is an alleged child between myself and the victim. What do I do as far as commonality, or like trying to figure that out?
That is something that you need to talk to Mr. Haverco about. That's independent of this matter. I do have somebody that wishes to say something, and go ahead. I have a hand raised. Go ahead. Somebody is present on Zoom. Ms. Whitman, if you wish to speak, now's the time.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Yes, now I can.
Okay. Okay, so that is no longer an issue. A week after that incident that was miscarried, so that's not an issue.
Okay, anything else you wish to say?
No.
Okay. Ms. Whitman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Meyer.
That deals with docket number 5, the pretrial matter. Let's address docket number 4. That would be the.
Thank you, Judge Meyer.
Yes, yes. Address the docket number 4, sentence compliance. Let's set that for a hearing 2 weeks hence. Mr. Hatfield, I'm inclined to set bail with regard to that matter at this time. Mr. Haverco, I'll hear from you with regard to the matter of bail on the docket number 4, sentence compliance.
Well, given that he's, going to be released on this new matter, and he's been held on the other matter, Judge, I guess, he'd like to at least an opportunity to get released today, and given the opportunity to show up on his own recognizance, I'm sure he would assure the court that he would not commit any new criminal law violations and would stay away from Miriam Whitman. And if the court wanted to reset it, I don't know if the court was talking about like one of the 8:15s, or were you talking about over the noon hour, or what?
I'm catching up with the paperwork here.
Sure, sure.
I'm going to set bail in the amount of 50,000 cash or bond on the revocation matter. That's Mr. Ward, based on the record and based on this case, public safety is a significant concern of mine. I think that's the appropriate thing to do here. I'll set bail at 50,000. Set a hearing for.
What about my personal safety, Your Honor?
AM.
What about my personal safety, Your Honor? I've been assaulted too by an officer here at this facility with no grounds to why it happened, and I've had MRSA twice now. It's an imminent threat to both my physical and my mental health being here. And I apologize for interrupting your court, but I do feel that way, strongly feel that way.
Mr. Ward, on presentation of a motion by your attorney, I will review the matter based on what you have said. The information you gave me there about your stay in jail, that's all entirely new information. I'll need that in the form of a written motion. That concludes the hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm never getting out of this motherfucker. Fuck that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's-
So much.
You take care.
You too. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. So much.
Significant delay. I'm going to adjourn to and apologize to the attorney in court and for the attorney's client and take that matter at this time. But again, that's circumstances far beyond my control, in anybody's control. In any event, ma'am, I apologize to you for the delay involved and want to thank you for your patience. Take the matter set for a pretrial to state. I'll defer to your attorney for the status.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. For the record, Tony Gargel on behalf of my client, Mr. Checkley, present to my right. This is, we have reached an agreement with the city on this matter. We have gone over and filled out the statement of defendant on the plea of guilt. I believe the city will be moving to amend the DUI to a negligent driving in the first degree. We have no objection to the oral amendment. If that is the case, we have gone over the statement of defendant on the plea of guilt line by line with my client, answered any questions that she may have regarding that. We talked about the important constitutional rights that she's giving up by entering into that deal. Told her about the city's recommendation. Told her that's only a recommendation, that Your Honor is under no obligation to follow that. We talked about any potential immigration consequences, which there are none in this case. I do believe she'd be entering into the zone we voluntarily talking about. Thank you.
City does so move, I take it. Motion granted. Good morning, ma'am. For the record, your name is Jennifer Marie Checkley. I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of negligent driving in the first degree, amended down from a DUI. Plea form tells me you're 45 years of age and have an associate's degree. I take it you're well versed in the English language and had no difficulty reading and understanding the plea form. Do you disagree with anything your attorney just said? Neg 1, negligent driving in the first degree, as they call it, is a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 90 days and or $1,000 fine. I would be free to impose up to the maximum if I saw fit, regardless of the recommendation. You realize that. You give up the rights contained in paragraph 5 if I accept the plea. No trial, no trio, no appeal, no witnesses, no anything, just a sentencing. With that in mind, as to one count of negligent driving in the first degree alleged to have occurred within the city limits of Yelm on May 11th, 2023, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make it plead guilty? Do you disagree with anything at all your attorney just said regarding his interaction with you regarding the plea? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. So do you have anything to add to the recommended sentence?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Gurgle,
Yes,
anything
Your
to
Honor.
add to
If I may approach.
certainly.
I'm heading forward my client's halfway evaluation, ADIS, completed all the appropriate. He's been a model client, been very prompt and taking the responsibility of her actions. She understands it was a poor choice. She is 45 years old, has no prior criminal history. Sincerely believe that she will not be before this court again or any other court. She understands the mistakes and just ask that you follow the agreed recommendation.
Just a second to review the paperwork. The factoid here that's most interesting and perhaps most applicable today is more than 50% of alcohol-related motor vehicle crashes occur on the 4th of July. That is certainly the case. Quickly, anything you wish to tell me? You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything about the matter, now's the time.
I definitely realize I made a poor choice, and this will not be
I appreciate that.
someplace I will be again.
Hey, we all stumble, we all make mistakes. I'm no exception. And the thing is to learn from our mistakes and go on to make new ones. It's quite evident to me from from your lack of any significant criminal history and from what you've done so far that you're somebody who's taken this very seriously and someone who's never going to have this problem or this experience again. Your attorneys put you in a wonderful position here. I've said many times that a conviction for DUI has a greater impact on your life, negative impact on your life than a lot of felony convictions. A reduction to neg driving does a lot of things. So with regard to your license, jail time, et cetera, devices you have to put in your car, it saves you a lot of trouble. It's up to you to take advantage of that. I'm sure this has been a learning experience. I'm just simply going to wish you the best of luck. And yes, 90 days, I'll impose 90 days, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. It looks like you complied with the significant recommendations. That's the drug and alcohol evaluation. The only other conditions are a $250 fine and a stay out of trouble, law-abiding behavior. That's as you may have heard me say a few minutes ago, the keys to the jail are in everybody's pocket. So the decisions we make. And as you may have heard or gathered from what's gone on here so far today, some people, they never learn and never will learn. But we do the best we can. I'm very glad to be occasionally looking at somebody who has appreciated what has happened and has taken the necessary steps to make sure it never happens again. And I'm sure it won't. If you have any questions, I'd be free to answer them, glad to answer them. And if not, that concludes the matter. You'd be free to leave. There's some paperwork to fill out, rather electronically stamped. You can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom that you're left. But again, best of luck to you. Any clarifications?
Nothing from the bench, Your Honor.
Thank you for appearing and thank you for your patience. You have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good to
Thank
see
you.
Have a good rest of the week.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. I'm electronically signing a document which I now have done. Will defer to you for the status of your case.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, I'm actually here on two. First one, Nicholas Reigers, who is present on Zoom, Your Honor. Just this morning, Mr. Ratfield extended an offer to me. I conveyed it to Mr. Reigers. I did, just because everything was happening pretty quickly. I think we just need to come back a final time. It looks like we're right on the cusp of disposition, Your Honor. So I've uploaded the waiver after discussing it with Mr. Reigers.
So you're asking for a reset to August 3rd?
Yes, sir.
And you are in contact with your client who is present electronically?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm citing the order resetting the matter. Mr. Reigers, stay in touch with your attorney. We'll be back in session on your matter on August 3rd. Any conditions released earlier set remain in effect. Any questions? Hearing no questions, that'll conclude the hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then, Your Honor, I'm also appearing on behalf of a colleague, Mr. DeBreo, on the Eric Abatia matter.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so it looks like this is first pretrial and that Mr. DeBreo and Mr. Abatia had discussed just resetting this and they uploaded their own waiver looking for the 8/3 at 11 a.m. hearing as well.
I'm now opening that. That's a reset to August 3rd as well. And I take it Mr. DeBreo's in touch with his client. I'll sign the order, send you a copy of it, or send your colleague a copy of it rather, and that matter is reset to the 3rd of August.
Thank you very much.
Hearings, you take care. Thanks for your patience. You have a great
Of course. Thank you. You too, Your Honor.
I will.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You too, Your Honor.
What I can. Ravicha? I didn't realize that was you sitting back there. Yeah, your matter has been reset to August 3rd. That's Mr. Nerlak appeared on behalf of your attorney. You can get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom. That's a matter of resetting. Stay in touch with your attorney and we'll see you back here August 3rd.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank
Any
you.
questions at all?
No, Your Honor.
Thanks for your patience. You take care. And again, I'm sorry for not making sure that you were not in the court.
No worries.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Take care. Sir, you've been here the longest. Come on up and you are
Mr. Short, my short.
Mr. Short, go ahead and have a seat. It looks like are you still represented by Mr. Woodrow?
Hey. I believe so. I mean, he hasn't done a withdrawal that I have, but.
It looks like we do have a report for May, but then absolutely nothing since. Are you still in treatment? Do we know?
No, I am. We got, let's see if I can log. So she gave a report for May 3rd initial group. I've completed 5 sessions. I got this on June 5th. She's doing another compliance report for everybody. So Shanda Luthi puts out every month. So she's working on last month's June's. So June 6th, I got May's. July sometime I'll get June's. So I am in full compliance all the way up to the end of May.
As of the end of the day, yeah, perfect compliance. That makes us a little nervous when we stop hearing anything.
Right.
Didn't get anything for anything since. Nothing for June.
No.
We should have that by now. But hey, what I'm inclined to do then is reset the matter out to You think it might have it by July 20th? Let's go to August 3rd. Let's reset that to August 3rd to make sure you,
I'm not opposed to coming in, but, I'm requesting this information. I can't force anybody to get it to us here in the courtroom. Shanda Luthi is giving the compliance reports. She will get it in. I find it a little.
how about this? How about this? If you call, we'll set it for August 3rd, just for Kate.
Okay.
And if you call before August 3rd and it's on file, the way you're up to date on the report, you don't need to appear. We'll strike the hearing.
Well, and I appreciate it, and I'm not opposed to coming every month. I really am not, if that's what I must do. That was the same kind of what we had agreed upon last time. I spoke, there was kind of a miscommunication on whether I did need to show up, or not. They got the report, and then the gal in the office was saying, well, is June's in, and it was still June. So I don't know what what you guys expect, a June's report in June. And I know that you guys haven't had this information, so my apologies.
Exactly, yeah, I looked at this. We did get the letter from them, but no follow. We do have this letter from Dr. Sutton, but, and he does talk about, but we haven't heard anything further from him. Are you still
Yeah,
going to him?
Yes.
We need to hear from him as well.
Yeah, I totally understand. I sent the same email that day after, or that day we had court last month, saying, hey, anyway, I can CC you
Can help
guys
us.
in.
Yeah.
But our SOC stipulates the DV treatment is required, and only through Shanda, who's the spearhead of communication with you guys, does she recommend Dr. Sutton. So I don't mind, but I can CC you guys in with my communications. I've got text asking her. I want you guys to have the information, but I can't compel them.
You can't force, we realize that, that's.
And I'm getting charged $100 every week. I'm getting charged for the DV, and I've got proof that I'm complying. So, yeah.
Well,
Absolutely. It's a tough spot.
but we do need to, maybe there's some inherent untrustworthiness that we lay on people because we're, I'm doing this, I'm doing, no, I haven't been, and it turns out to be not the case.
And I understand.
We do need to hear from both the DV treatment and the mental health treatment.
Yes, John.
Also,
May I
I mean,
also give receipt? I mean, I'm getting charged.
do what you can.
I give you everything I've got.
All you
short
can
of
do.
hearing from.
But the thing is from Best Life Counseling, we have this on June 8th, they filed a report for May. Maybe we'll get one from June by July 8th. And then all we have is this original letter from Dr. Sutton. And and that's with no follow-up of any kind. We need to hear something from both of them.
I'll get it. I mean, I'm attempting. I'm gonna start CCing in the emails I'm sending and give you guys the screenshot of the text that I'm asking.
All you can do is press them. Well, I'm gonna reset the matter to August 3rd. How is life going otherwise?
Actually pretty well. A balance. Dr. Sutton and I were working with some integration of exercises that's helping. The DV class is great, and it's impacting. It's almost not a class treatment as much as it's a support group of different dialogue. So it's helping a lot.
That's what I'm glad to hear. We make people jump through hoops, and we hope that they're doing some good.
Yeah.
The most important thing is you get the life skills to keep from having to come back to court on any sort of new violation. reset the matter for August 3rd, and yeah, as long as you're doing the best you can, I can't expect you to do any more than that. But get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom, and hey, and just keep on
Okay.
getting better.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll
Okay.
do as you ask, and I'll be here on it.
You take care of yourself. Thanks for your patience.
No problem.
Robert Williams is not in the courtroom. That's docket number 4, page 1. Stratfield, that's the end of an SOC. It looks like no payments have been made.
No, I'd like to move to issue 1,000 cash flow.
So ordered. And we do have a couple of, well, we have Mike Sanders is on the here in connection with Robert Rollins, I'm assuming.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Sanders. We'll take your matter at this time. Mr. Rollins is also present. Mr. Rollins, you're muted. Go ahead and unmute yourself. We're going to address your matter at this time. Mr. Sanders, things got a little bogged down here. Apparently there was a power outage in Yelm yesterday, and that really messed up that we've had IT here for, it took them an hour or two to kind of unravel. Zoom.
Sorry, Judge. I didn't remember to do the O courts till 5 minutes ago. So
But we'll address the matter now.
so I visited with Mr. Radfield last week. Hopefully we're moving towards a disposition, wait to hear back. Robert's still down in San Antonio enduring the heat wave down in Texas. I thought maybe August 17th, if we can do that for our next court date, 9 a.m. with the speedy waiver.
Sure. I'm looking at the order now. Mr. Rollins, we're going to reset your matter to August 17th. I'm signing an order to that effect right now. We'll send you and your attorney a copy of that order. I guess all I can ask is that you stay in touch with your attorney and abide by any other conditions previously set, and we'll see you on August 17th. Any questions at all?
No, sir.
Keep cool down there, okay?
I'm trying.
Okay. Mr. Sanders, anything further?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you for the court's time today. Have a lovely rest of the week.
And you as well. Thank you. I'm assuming that everybody else is here waiting for their attorney to show up from the jail. You're here for the 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock pre-trial. Mr. Averco is en route from the jail. We'll address your matters as soon as he's had a chance to check in and talk to you. But I want to thank you for your patience and hopefully your understanding. Back on record, Mr. Aberco, I'll defer to you for the order
Okay.
in which the
All right.
calendar is called.
Let's first take up the matter of, on the 10 o'clock
If
calendar.
I might to back up a little, do we have a private attorney here?
We do.
Let's take. Okay, let us know when you're ready and we'll take your case. Go ahead, sorry.
So Justin Anderson, why don't you come on up? I think the city has a motion on that case.
Yes, Your Honor, city moves to dismiss without prejudice.
This is docket number 1, page 4.
Right.
Dustin Anderson. City moves to dismiss. I hear no objection. Mr. Anderson, presented with an order, I'll sign an order of dismissal with or without prejudice. Without prejudice. What that means, of course, is that the city receives further information or reconsiders. The city is free to refile the motion. For now, that concludes the hearing. I'll sign the order. Probably a pretty good idea to make sure Mr. Haverco knows how to contact you should the matter resurface. Any questions? Good luck. You take care of yourself.
That's it. Okay, for you. Next matter would be Jordan Cooley.
Mr. Cooley? Jordan Patrick Cooley, I think. Yeah.
We have a proposed stipulated. Oh.
I'm looking at the SOC.
Yeah, he's signing a stipulated order of continuance, Judge.
Mr. Cooley, I'm looking at the SOC stipulated order of continuance. What this is a contract between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney under the terms of which 12 months from now, the charge can be dismissed as long as you abide by the conditions set forth in the agreement. The most important agreement is to stay out of trouble, learn from the citation and don't repeat it. The other requirement is a $250 probation fee. We'll review the file. You can pay the probation fee at $25 a month. That's set forth in the agreement. Now, in return for the agreement, you've given up your rights to go to trial. If the city proves that you violated the agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would result in a conviction, and then the possibility of up to 90 days in jail, this being a misdemeanor. Any questions at all? Your attorney's put you in a position of having the matter dismissed in a year. Whether you follow through or not, that's up to one person, that's you. I'm signing that as we speak. What I want you to do is get a copy of the agreement at the counter outside the courtroom and to your left. And make sure you read it over. And if you have any questions, give your attorney the call. Okay. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Mr. Cooley, you take care of yourself.
Thanks, Judge. Next matter would be Thomas Kinney.
Mr. Kinney, come on up and have a seat.
So the city, based on his suspended status, having been reduced to that of third degree, I think the city was going to move to amend to an infraction.
That's right, Your Honor. City's moving to amend the infraction.
And this is Mr.
This is Thomas Kinney. Thomas Kinney.
Kinney, the city is moving to amend both to
That's right.
to the infractions of Noval 2.
Yes.
Mr. Kinney, that's a good day for you. You did have 2 criminal citations here. They've been amended to civil infractions, no valid operator's license on person with ID allegedly occurred on June 29th and July 23rd. If you admit those violations, I'll assess $150 each. If you deny them, we can set it for a contested hearing. Admit? I'll take your nod as an admission. In a moment, I'll have a order to sign to that effect. 2 infractions. Total of $325 a month, first payment due August 1st. Mr. Kenny, the question I have is, you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated?
Yeah, I was thinking on, actually, yesterday, Wednesday, I was down, to see if I can put everything together and see that, license back. Get the insurance and all that, so I'm gonna find out real quick and do that. Involve myself together and stuff.
I'm gonna wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. We live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive to function at all. So good luck with that. Get reinstated as soon as you can. Now again, get a copy of today's order at the window, and if you have any issue making the payments, let us know.
Okay.
Because if you don't make the payments and we,
If we're down there tomorrow and, put these tickets with it. Or if it's to the county,
I'm not sure what,
okay, we went on DV. so-
Well, you can't put everything globally in one big bill. You have to go to each court for all your tickets. Yeah.
Kenny, if we don't hear from you and you miss the payments, it'll go back into the Department of Licensing as a failure to appear, and that'll put you back to square one. You don't want to go there.
Yeah.
So if you have trouble making the payments, let us know. We can always work with that.
Yeah.
Good luck to you. You take care of yourself.
Mr. Reyes?
Good afternoon.
Have a stipulated order of continuance in O courts. It's something, we slang term called a slow nag. Matter's going to be set over for 2 years on the alcohol, all of the alcohol related conditions, and the probation fee is what the fee would have been with a DUI, $990.50.
You are Leroy Reyes. Mr. Reyes, slow day. That's what that is a DUI that can become slowly negligent driving in the first degree conviction, but 24 months down the road by the agreement. The SOC is based on an agreement that your attorneys reach with the city. Matters is simply held for a period of 2 years under the terms of this. If you abide by the conditions, you get the reduction. If you don't abide by the conditions that are set forth in there, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that will most certainly result in a conviction for DUI, which I'm sure you know, based on discussions with your attorney, triggers a lot of things.
Yeah.
Potential of up to 364 days jail, license suspension, devices you have to install in your car, et cetera, et cetera. The costs are $990.50. Are you going to be able to pay that, say it, how much a month?
I just pay on it every payday.
We're setting it at 45 a month provisionally.
I could probably be 50.
It's up to you. The sooner you get that paid, the sooner
Well,
you
I
get to
just-
stop worrying
I'll
about
just
it.
make a payment every payday. I get paid every 2 weeks.
Rather,
Rather than once a month, it'll get done quicker.
my advice would be to get it paid off as quick as you can.
Yeah.
Financial circumstances change, and you don't want anything to happen to get in the way of successful completion of the 24-month continuance. The most important thing, as far as I'm concerned, is that you learn from the incident and don't repeat the offense. With that in mind, I sign off on the agreement. please get a copy of that when you leave at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Look it over carefully and if you have any questions, give your attorney a call. That's it. The last thing in the world you want to do is get back into court on a revocation. So
I had a brother that was in court for on and off for years.
some people, they learn the right away, and some people, they never learn at all. But they, hopefully, you're one of the people that's learned from this.
Oh, yeah.
And we will proceed you. Mr. Reyes, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. Maybe electronically signing the order at this time. Again, get a copy and good luck to you.
Okay.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Grace, that concludes the matter. Go ahead and get a copy of the agreement and take care of yourself. And once you read it, make sure you call Mr. Abercrombie if you have any questions.
All right.
Good luck.
Roy set?
Devin Royset?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Abercrombie, I'll defer to you. I see two
Yep,
competing
right.
things.
Yep, I know, and one of them is gonna get thrown away. So we were planning on continuing the matter because he has a pending Superior Court matter. He was looking to get into drug court. And so we were sort of tracking this case. He has since gotten into drug court, so he wanted to take care of this case today. So instead, we are have put into O courts a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to the theft, and once the court accepts that, scrap the, you can discard the motion for continuance.
Sir, is your full name Devin James Royset?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Royset, do you disagree with anything Mr. Abercrombie just told me?
No, Your Honor.
I'm looking at this screen in front of me, a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft in the 3rd degree. Plea form tells me you're 34 years of age. Any problem at all going through the plea process with your attorney?
No.
And if you had any questions about what it meant to enter that plea, were your questions answered?
Yep.
I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. You realize?
Yes.
That in mind, as to one count of theft in the 3rd degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on October 15th, 2020. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will?
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
I find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Recommendation I have is all jail time, 364 suspended, on the condition you have law-abiding behavior, and pay a probation fee in the amount of $250. So do you have anything to add? Mr. Abercrombie, anything?
Yeah, Judge.
Mr. Roy said anything you'd like to tell me?
No. No, Your Honor.
All I can do is wish you the best of luck. I'm gonna follow the recommendation.
Thank you.
All jail time suspended, $250 fine. We'll set you on a payment program on that. If it becomes tough to make the payments, let us know. We can deal with that. But again, as long as you're making the payments and more importantly, staying out of trouble, you won't be hearing from us again. I want to wish you the best of luck with your other matters. You take care of yourself and take care of your young friend there.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Get a copy of today's orders by going to the window and review them carefully. Give Mr. Abercrombie a call if you have any questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Free to go. Yeah, just go to the window before you go.
Next matter is Jerry Bartlett.
One moment. Mr. Bartlett, good morning. Great.
Hey, Judge, so this is Jerry Bartlett, it's pretrial hearing, DUI, is going to enter a guilty plea to DUI, amended to reflect an amendment to no test. And we're ready to proceed.
Good morning, sir. Is your full name Jerry Bartlett?
Very well.
And Mr. Bartlett, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of driving under the influence of intoxicants. Plea form tells me you're 36 years of age. Any problems at all reading through the and going through the plea form with your attorney?
Oh, it's quite clear.
If I accept the plea, you're subject to up to 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. I'm at least required to impose what they call the mandatory minimums, which in your case, if I read this right, are for the first offense. If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, there's no appeal, simply a sentencing. And as a result of the conviction, the Department of Licensing would take action against your driver's license. If I read the form right, in your case, that would be 90 days, unless the Department of Licensing determines otherwise. With that in mind, as to one count of driving while under the influence of intoxicants, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on May 23rd, 2023. How do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to make you plead guilty? I do find that your plea is freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Mr. Aberville, anything to say?
Nothing to add, Your Honor, just, yeah, follow the recommendation and
Nothing next.
Mr. Bartlett, you have a right to tell me anything you wish. If you have anything to say about what happened, now's the time. If you don't have to say anything. That's it. Recommended sentence is the mandatory minimums. In your case, which I'm going to impose 364 days in jail with 1 day suspended for with 364 days suspended, 1 day to be served. Is there a recommendation as to any alternative jail time?
no, I don't think there's really any available. Just give them 120 days within which to do the time. Do you recall to the 24 hours?
I did do 24 to like 17 hours, so I was that process 24.
He thinks he did about 17 hours in custody.
Booked at 10 p.m. I left by 5 p.m.
Pardon?
I got booked at 10 p.m. I was released by 5 p.m.
Unfortunately, I think it's required to be 24 consecutive hours unless I heard arguments to the contrary. I think I have to give you 1 day in jail. You can serve that within the next 120 days at the Nisqually jail. You'll need to take the judgment and sentence with you to the jail in order for them to look in. Always a good idea to give them a call first to make sure that they have the availability and what would be a good time to check in. Mr. Aberville has the number of the jail, and I can certainly 459-9603. We can certainly make sure you're able to do that.
Thank you.
No, that's The condition of the suspended jail time, that's important. Want to make sure you do not, in any way, shape or form, find yourself in a position of having to come back before a judge with the same or similar offense. There is a requirement that you do get a drug and alcohol evaluation and file proof of that and a copy of the evaluation within the next 90 days. If you need more time to do that, let us know. You can certainly have that. And then you need to comply with any recommended treatment. And that'll be at least alcohol information school and a DUI victim panel, they call it. Mr. Bartlett, I want to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. This does trigger license suspension, as I indicated, and driving restrictions that kind of haunt you for a while, but without any future offenses of any kind, this will gradually recede into history. Setting your payments on the $990.50 fine mandated by the first offender status at $45 a month. The money is the least of my concerns, or least of my interest in any event. But if you do have trouble making the payments, let us know. We can work around it. Mr. Bartlett, good luck to you. You take care of yourself.
Sure.
Again, get a copy of today's paperwork and review it carefully and be in contact with Mr. Haverco if you have any questions.
Yeah, so just before you kick off, go see the clerk at the window and she'll give you copies of everything. Yeah, just took a look. Yeah.
Okay. I've now signed the judgment and sentence. Mr. Bartlett, that's it. You take care. Again, best of luck to you. We either learn from our mistakes or we're condemned to repeat them. And I'm just hoping this has been a learning experience.
Yep, you're right. I think that's a bunch.
Yeah. I'm having issues with the there we go. We started out the day with an hour plus delay due to IT issues with the
Same was happening in King County, so it wasn't just you.
apparently there was a power outage here yesterday and that sort of threw everything off the and you're here on behalf of
Jason Turner, Your Honor, case number 3A0188277279 and 278. It's one infraction, two charges.
and your client is
He's appearing through counsel, Your Honor. I did speak with him yesterday evening. He's working right now, but he's giving me express permission to waive speedy trial. Ideally, we're working on evaluation. I was telling him to kind of on one thing at a time. So we got it squared away with his license. Now he's working on the evaluation. He's at work today, so he can afford those things.
and how far out would you like to go?
I think I picked August 17th, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll go to that. Hearing no objection from the city. That's we'll go to August 17th on that. That's as long as you're in touch with your client, I'm not concerned about any lack of appearance. We'll reset the matter to August 17th. The trouble today was I signed electronically getting the thing to close. I've done that now. Matters continued to August 17th. That concludes the matter. We'll be sending a copy to Mr. Turner as well.
Okay, I just emailed it. Thank you very much.
You take care. Have a good day. Thanks for your patience.
Absolutely. I was saying it's a beautiful morning, so I'm not gonna zoom in. I'm gonna take the others.
Hopefully it'll be a little cooler today. We can hope.
I like it either way.
Either way is just fine with me too. Take care.
See, this is Mr. Aaron Crawford.
Aaron Jacob Crawford. Sir. Good morning, sir. Mr. Crawford, I'm looking,
Sign here. So we're submitting a motion to continue. So,
how far would you like to go?
6 weeks.
August 17th?
Yep.
That's August 17th. It will be. Mr. Crawford, to resetting the matter to August 17th, any conditions of a release earlier set remain in effect, and that would include stay in touch with your attorney. The document will be ready here in a sec. At which time I will electronically sign. Crawford, the order to resetting the matter to August 17th is signed. Get a copy of that at the window before you leave. Take care of yourself. Have a good day.
I would say happy fourth, but it already passed.
We survived it.
Right. Sheldon didn't.
There's still, that fire's still, uncontained.
They just evacuated.
What now?
They just evacuated 200.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
And down on the Scabania that they burnt 10 and another 200 are under threat, so.
Somehow it works. None of the dudes on fire this year. Get it.
Yeah. Hey, stay cool. Take care. Stating the order of dismissal for Anderson. The guy in the blue teal shirt that just left, who's? Oh, okay.
So someone just gave me the front door. I wasn't sure if they were the person that's late or not. So.
We'll find out in a minute. Then we'll.
Guess they needed a passport. Okay.
They must not have been one of ours. I think probably, not expecting anybody else, we should probably address the no-shows.
Might as well, yeah,
Starting with 10 o'clock, number one was dismissed. How about, number two, Garrett, any word from, Maria Backus?
for Mr. Michael Carroll, I don't have any good contact information. Oh,
He's
that's,
the, he
oh,
is the
that's the
party
guy.
member.
Oh, that's the guy.
How about Garrett, hear anybody from, docket number two, Gloria Backus, the private attorney, and,
No.
Huh.
But I'm checking my email now. Yeah, we, just that, just that we had continued from May 11th, but, nothing further.
given a lapse of time, probably a good idea to just reset the notice.
Yeah,
Which one is that? Is that?
That's docket number two, looks like a private attorney
Oh,
matter, so
yeah.
that was
Sure.
Tyler Anderson.
Got it.
Dustin got dismissed, but
Right.
Tyler. Docket number two, page 4, no show.
On,
We'll wait on Mr. Carroll to see if he showed up. Shows up.
Mr. Duncan, did you get he wasn't here for 10 o'clock, but then he got an arraignment, was that actually scheduled for, was it noticed for 1 o'clock?
You may appear at 1, he's scheduled
So
for,
we'll just wait on that. On the 11 o'clock. Don't have any, I've had some contact with Mr. Langdale previously, but I don't have any information as to why he's not here today.
that's Mr. Langdale?
Yeah.
You're talking about. Well. DUI, city have a motion?
yep, needs to issue a warrant, 25.
Sorry.
And then on Mr. Zachary Pennington, I had a number. Called the number, it's so old now, that's the 17th. So I called the number, and apparently is a good number, I've never spoken to him, I left a message, I haven't heard back.
Well. City have a motion?
City does. Oh, apologies.
That's okay. 1,500 cash or bond?
Yeah, 1,500.
Going to the next page.
And then Jenna White, she had, provided me a number. At her arraignment, the number's no good. I don't have a good number for it, don't have any contact.
Miss White doesn't show a lot, that's. $1,500 each or something,
Yeah, 15.
probably it's academic, 1,500 each, sorry. Going back, we'll wait for Mr. Carroll. How about Mr. Duncan? What do we want to do?
Well, I mean, I don't know if we wanna just wait and see if he shows at 1. We'll
See if he shows it one.
We'll still wind up having to reset the pretrial because I don't know. And technically, I probably wouldn't even have to submit a waiver of our clock because he failed to appear at 11 o'clock. So I think that's an FDA for speedy trial. purposes.
Note the non-appearance and we'll just kind of.
Yeah.
Was he in custody? I released him. Well,
Well, Mr. Carroll's here.
oh, Mr. Carroll is good. The bus was running on time.
Well, this is a different bus. There's a different bus. Oh, that is the bus.
Back on record, Mr. Haverhill, I'll
Thank you, Judge.
defer to you.
Judge. Right here. I have placed a statement of defendant on plea of guilty in Oak Courts. He has just signed the form. Had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Carroll, review the police reports with him and discuss the case and the evidence. And we have concluded that the best course of action is to enter a plea. He is choosing to enter the plea by way of an Alfred plea. For reasons of his own, he doesn't necessarily agree that he's guilty, but we've reviewed the police reports and the evidence that the city that's available to the city, along with whatever evidence might be available to the defense. And we agree that it's highly likely that if the matter were heard by a jury or a judge sitting without a jury, that a finding of guilt will be entered. And further, he'd like to enter the plea in order to take advantage of the city's plea recommendation or sentencing recommendation, which is suspended jail time and a court fee.
250.
250.
fee.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. For the record, is your name Michael Perry Carroll? Mr. Carroll, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft in the third degree in the Oak Court system here. That plea form tells me you are 35 years old. Any problem at all reading through the plea form with Mr. Haverhill? No, sir. And if you had any questions at all about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty in this case, those were your questions answered. Yes, sir. If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, no witnesses, simply a sentencing which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine. Do you realize that? Yes, sir. That in mind, as to one count of theft in the third degree, which occurred within the city of Yelm on February 9th of 2021. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? Guilty. You make that plea of your own free will. Yes, sir. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I will find your plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And the plea is by way of an Alfred plea, which means you've read the police report, you realize that the finding could go against you if the matter go to trial, and you want to resolve the matter subject to the plea agreement to resolve the matter instead of taking the chance of going to trial, not conceding that you're guilty, if anything. Yes, sir. The factual elements have been met by the statements in the police report. I will find the plea to be successfully entered. Anything further to add by way of the sentence, Mr. Redfield?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Carroll, anything you wish to tell me about the matter? Now's the time.
I just apologize for being involved for a long time. Been in jail for a million times and yeah. For something is over and done with.
We learn from our mistakes, or we are condemned to repeat them one way or the other. I'm going to follow the recommendation. All jail time 364 suspended on the condition that you pay a $250 monitoring fee, and much more importantly, stay out of trouble. Law-abiding behavior. The money is the least of my concerns here. If you have trouble making the payments on the fine, let us know. Yes, sir. Excuse me, we can deal with that.
Well, how long do I have until you have to pay it?
Now, we're setting your fine payments at 25 a month. I'm just. This is a very lengthy form. Probably August. Setting your payments 25 a month, first payment due August 6th. Now, again, if there's a problem making the fine payments, let us know. Let us know. We can deal with that easily. But if we don't hear anything from you, the payments are not made, then we'll send you a notice, and if you moved, you may not get it, then that would lead to a warrant. We don't want to go there. I want to wish you the best of luck, Mr. Carroll. You take care of yourself. I don't want you to get a copy of today's paperwork. That can be gotten at the window outside the courtroom to your left.
Okay.
Good luck to you. You
Thank you
take
very
care. Any
much.
questions?
Yes, sir, that's it.
Have a good one.
You also. Thank you very much.
I believe unless there's nothing further, we'll await Mr. Dungan.
Right.
And we'll be off record until about 1 o'clock. We call the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar. We do have a private counsel matter here. I'm gonna take first.
Sure, we do have a very fun.
It is not, let me know when it is. I always take the private counsel matters first. Their private counsel's on the clock and I don't want to run up anybody's bill any larger than it is necessary. You're here for an arraignment. That's your first court appearance. I'll call you up one at a time. And before I do that, I need to let you know that you do have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of any criminal proceeding. If you're indigent, I'll appoint a counsel to represent you at public expense. In any event, Mr. Haverco, our public defender, is here, and he will enter a plea on your behalf at this time, on this date. At the arraignment, a plea of not guilty is invariably entered. It's no great statement about the case itself. It's simply a way of preserving your rights until you can have what they call a pretrial conference. That's a chance for you to discuss your case with your attorney and discuss the matter with the city's representative, which is Mr. Ratfield, seated here at my right, your left. If you can reach a resolution of the case that's put on the record at the pretrial hearing, if you can't resolve the case by agreement, you do have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense was allegedly committed. If you have any questions about today's procedure, the offense, the system, either address Mr. Haverco or myself. Is Derek Berger here in the courtroom? Derek Berger. A number of people will not appear at the end of the calendar. I will go back through the cases for the individuals who didn't appear. If there is probable cause for the issuance of the citation, a warrant will issue for their arrest. You've saved yourself a warrant by just simply appearing today. Derek Berger did not appear. Kevin Bingaman. Likewise, Karen Boros. Karen Boros. Ms. Boros, come on up and have a seat at the council table if you would. Now, you were cited for the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree. Ms. Boros, the city may have a motion with regard to that. That's docket number 4, page 1 of the. You may not know what just happened. As you walked in here, you were charged with a criminal offense. Driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree. On conviction, that could bear up to 90 days in jail and up to a $1,000 fine. That's going to apply to you and some other people that may be in the courtroom. The city has amended the charge from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. No valid operator's license on your person. That's not a criminal offense. You're not entitled to a lawyer. If you admit the violation, I'll impose a $150 fine. If you deny that you committed the violation, we can set it for a contested hearing and that would happen at a later date. Now, you don't plead guilty or not guilty to a civil infraction because there can't be any jail time. Now, do you have any questions about anything I've just said? That's a lot of information to absorb. You admit or deny that when you were cited on June 27th that you didn't have a valid license on your person. I'll impose a $150 fine. There is some paperwork that I can. Ms. Boros, I guess the question I would have for you is, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? Yeah. I advise you to make that a priority in your life. We live in a world where it's kind of impossible to function without the ability to drive. I can't order you to do anything, but I would suggest that. I've signed an order to that effect. Your payments will be $25 a month. Now, if you have a problem making the payments, let us know. We can deal with that. If you don't let us know and it goes to an FDA with the Department of Licensing, that could have a bad impact on your license. Don't want to go there, okay? Now, if you would get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom to your left, that will conclude the hearing. Ms. Boros, I want to thank you for appearing. Good luck to you. Thank you. David Crispin. Mr. Crispin, come on up and have a seat if you would. Is your name David Wayne Crispin? Mr. Crispin, the citation I have alleges that on or about June 27th, 2023, you committed the offense of violating the terms and conditions of a order of protection or a restraining order. Are you asking for a court-appointed attorney? Yes, sir. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he will represent you throughout the course of the matter if you're indigent. Mr. Haverco.
Stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Crispin, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf that preserves your rights pending a pretrial. Now, any conditions release earlier set remain in effect. It's violation of a no contact order, any sort of protection order. That's kind of an important thing. And a reviolation could be disastrous, could not be good at all. Any questions at all?
Maybe.
If you do,
Sign right here.
today's paperwork will have Mr. Haverco's contact information on it, and feel free to contact him at any time. But go ahead.
I do remember my question.
Go ahead.
At some time in the near future, may I be what you call an escort to pick up some of my clothes? I'm wearing the same thing for the last.
Well, as part of today's order, Mr. Crispin, I will say you may allow return to the residence once with a Yelm police officer to retrieve your personal effects. That'll be in today's order. And that, yeah, as long as the peace is kept and a police officer is there, and that is really not for, that's for your protection as well. It's important that you have a witness to give an unbiased view of a recitation of what your position was and what actions you took. So, but that's
Owner? Yep. 360-888-4431.
Perfect. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I do have one more question for you. Since I pled not guilty, this is going to continue on, but the protection order is ends on the 11th. Have I extended that protection order by pleading not guilty? I don't mind if that's the case.
the order of protection that was served on you, that's not out of this court, that's from a different court. And so that order is separate and apart from this. Now, ordinarily, when you're served with that, there would be it's only effective until a hearing. Have you had that hearing yet? Have you been to court on that?
Today.
Pardon?
Today.
Okay, well, the order will remain in effect as long as until, yeah, it may or may not. If you have a hearing later today, that's we don't know what's going to happen. Right. That is, if I could, I'll add it in. That'd be the right place to put it. Does it automatically go to a new line, but not a? It's. Chrisman, we're setting the pretrial for August 3rd, 10 o'clock in the morning. Now, you should get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and you should probably take that to your hearing this afternoon in the other court. Are you at, I thought you said you had a hearing on the
No, sir, this is the only court.
oh, okay.
I thought you made this one.
No, it's I've recited in the order that you can return to your residence to obtain your personal property unless that violates any other order.
Right, we'll play it by ear.
Now, you were served with a restraining order, correct? That restraining order would have had a hearing date set in there, not this date, but some other date.
A date for. I went to jail, I don't know what the.
You better look at that order very carefully because you may have had an opportunity to appear on that. I would look at that order very carefully and Mr. Haverko may be able to assist.
I was only told I had one court date. That was it.
Christmas, we'll see you back here on the 3rd of August. That concludes the hearing. Get a copy of the order and before you leave.
But I was.
The Yelm Police Department will need to receive that. That's where you need to go to the police department and say, hey, I want to go and get my clothes.
But I was.
Good luck.
Yeah, you're free, yeah, I'll contact you.
All that matter at this time. Mr. Landy?
Want to see? Sure. Need to get them closed.
Oh, this is the regular name is William Scott Landy. I'm going to defer to your attorney. Mr. French, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm here for the attorney of record, Barbara Bowden, this afternoon. This is for arraignment. We want to enter a plea of not guilty and announce that we have an agreed upon disposition for the court. It contemplates a term 3-month stipulated order of continuance to a dismissal, but an earlier dismissal on proof of filing of an alcohol evaluation to follow up with what is recommended. He's had his alcohol evaluation. I don't have the report yet, but my understanding is it's an NSP and he's going to do the ADIS class as recommended, which is being offered the 3rd Sunday of this month. I've gone over the generically the terms of what a stipulated order of continuance is and all of the trial rights that he gives up and the fact that he's agreeing to stipulate to the admissibility of the police report and the facts there and sufficient to find him guilty if he's found in violation of the SOC and the court revokes it. I'm satisfied that he's making a knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver of those rights, understands what his commitment is, and that is no criminal law violations and follow up with the alcohol evaluation, the ADIS. It also contemplates a $250 payment to the court for court costs.
Mr. Landy, you disagree with anything your attorney just said? Okay. Mr. Redfield, anything to add at all?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
I'm looking at on the computer screen here, an SOC, they call it stipulated order of continuance. It's basically a contract negotiated by your attorney with the city and the terms in which 3 months from now, this charge can go away, be dismissed. It's important that you abide by the conditions set forth in the agreement. You'll get a copy of that before you leave today. You take the, you get the benefit of the bargain if you comply with the conditions. If the city proves you violated the agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would result almost certainly in a conviction for a fairly serious offense. Don't want to go there. You're in a position of getting this matter to go away. Now, the steps you need to take to make sure that happens is one, no law violations, no further problems of any kind. $250, and it looks like a drug and alcohol evaluation in compliance with any recommended treatment.
Yes, Your Honor, and further in there, at a separate section, it does provide for an earlier dismissal upon filing proof of the ADIS and the alcohol evaluation.
And the only question I have is, it's not my agreement, it's agreement between the two, but what if sometimes it's 90 days isn't enough to do a lot of.
He's already done the evaluation. He's going to be doing the one-day class that's recommended this month.
Oh,
So,
wonderful, great. Don't have that yet, but
part of the reason for seeking early dismissal, he works for the Department of Transportation. He's up for promotion, and if there's any, obviously criminal court cases that are open, that could affect his ability to get the promotion. So he's been proactive, and we fully expect that by the end of this month, all of the proactives will be done and filed proof of.
hey, Mr. Landy, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. I signed off on the agreement. You've got a great resolution here. It's up to you. I remember the case well, and I'm going to wish you the best of luck with your situation. You take care of yourself. That's, yeah. I made no contact, a condition of the release. There's no formal order. Oh, there is. That will be, I guess.
Rescinded?
I had forgotten that we had entered a formal order.
First of all,
Pre-dispo.
if I might inquire, is that only applicable to the one son, or is it applicable to more than one person? Because I haven't seen it.
I don't have it up here. I think I have access to it, but I have access to it. I did see it in the. Yes, it is. There it is. It looks like both children.
Yeah, I think there's a minor child with the first name of Owen that was not even mentioned in the police report, wasn't even part of it. That is his natural child that
Who's apparently there.
shouldn't be there. We'd ask to rescind that portion, and actually, I'd ask to rescind the no contact order at this time in light of the agreement that we've reached. I can represent the court. We refer to him for the alcohol evaluation. He tells me that it's been done a week ago. I just don't have the report in the file.
City of position.
Yeah, city, no objection.
I think that's I think it's appropriate to rescind the entire order at this time. As I remember the case, Mr. Landy, I don't need to remind you of the circumstances, but I realize there are circumstances that could be raised here. It's a very unfortunate situation, and I hope there isn't any repeat or any repetition of that. That's it. But I will rescind the order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
paperwork should be available very quickly at the window outside the courtroom that way.
Thank you.
French, take care. Mr. Landay, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. Lance Daub in the courtroom. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Lance Allen Daub?
Yes,
Mr. Daub, the citation I have alleges that on or about June 29th, 2023, you committed the offense of theft, third degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf, and he will represent you throughout the course of the matter if you're indigent, and that is your request. Mr. Haverco?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Stipulate probable cause as the court to enter not guilty plea.
So do I have a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf? Go ahead. You have a question, Mr. Haverco, go ahead, man.
Okay.
Pre-trial set for August 3rd. Conditions of release, of course, are law-abiding behavior. Stay in touch with your attorney and appear back here on August 3rd, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Sign here.
Well, that concludes the matter. Again, get a copy of the order outside the courtroom to your left. Any questions? No, sir. Good luck. Kinsey DeFord. Kinsey DeFord. Does not answer. Brandy Ehrlich DeFord. Does answer. Good afternoon, ma'am. Go ahead and have a seat. Full name Brandy Lynn Ehrlich DeFord.
Yes, please.
The city, Mr. Redfield, this is docket numbers 8 and 9. City may have a motion with regard to docket number 9.
yes, city moves to amend to no ball in the second degree.
Once again, you may have heard me say earlier that you no longer have a criminal offense here. You have 2 civil infractions. One speeding and the other one no valid operator's license on your person. You admit or deny those, and if you admit them, I'll impose a monetary fine. And if you deny them, you're entitled to a contested hearing. Now, is there any question about what I just said? What would you like to do? Admit the infractions or deny the infractions? I'll set the penalty at 150 on the no license, and then 100 on the speeding ticket. I'm having trouble here with this kind of early before. What the heck happened here? No. What in the world? That's the first thing.
You have a question, just ask the judge.
Early before the computer is not. It could be operator error, that it's not functioning as well as I would want it to. Payments will be $25 a month. First payment due August 6th. And Do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated?
No, that's my problem. I have a lien on my license. I got a hold of the farm license. They gave me the number for the lady that had the license. I got a hold of her. She told me to send this paper, clerk here, saying that she took the lien off my license, but they don't have this paper to give me. So how do I get my license back? That's my problem. I've been trying.
Mr. Havergo, any? Mr. Looking forward, about the best I can suggest is you contact a lawyer that has experience dealing with the Department of Licensing. I know that, so you to contact that department, if you talk to 10 people about a problem, you're gonna get 10 answers. That can be a challenge. I don't have an answer to your solution. There is I think a handout on the council table may or may not help you. Good luck to you. Again, what I want you to do is get a copy of today's order at the window, and if you have any trouble making the payments, let us know, please. Okay?
Thank you.
Hey, take care. Brian Erickson. How about Carissa Fairnay Gaylor, Goehler? Ma'am, I'm probably mispronouncing your name.
It's okay. Goler.
How do you pronounce it?
Ed Goler.
The citation I have alleges that on or about April 6, 2020, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Ms. Gaylor, I'll appoint Mr. Aberco to enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll represent you throughout the course of the matter if you're indigent and request his services. Mr. Aberco?
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, asked to enter a not guilty plea.
Go to the pretrial set for August 3rd. Stay in touch with Mr. Aberco and be back here on that date. Other condition of release, of course, is law-abiding behavior.
That's okay. Yeah.
Concludes the hearing. Taylor, get a copy of the order at the window. See you back here on August 3rd. Take care of yourself. Michael Guerra? Mr. Guerra, I apologize. If there's a way to mispronounce a name, I'm certainly going to find it. All right. Citation I have in your matter is dated June 29th, 2023, and on that date, it's alleged that you violated the terms and conditions of the ignition interlock law.
And I didn't. I don't have need an interlock system, and it says it on my license right here that I have financial responsibility, which means I need to uphold a insurance on my vehicle.
Did you come into court here a little bit ago, a while ago?
Yeah, I talked to somebody about it, and they said I still had to come.
That was looked into, and it turns out as a part of a pretrial hearing, the county entered a pretrial order requiring ignition interlock. They never removed it.
Yeah.
That case has been disposed of. Your problem is not with us, it's with the county.
So I have to talk to them about it?
I can't do their work.
Well, because I was looking at my paperwork, I have my paperwork here.
Of record, of Department of License record, you're still under ignition interlock requirement.
Didn't they ask me if
We're not gonna try the case right now.
Oh.
We're not gonna try, now is the arraignment, either plead guilty or not guilty. Mr. Aberco?
Says it right here. too.
Will you on behalf of,
Yes, Your Honor, stipulate to probable cause as the court to enter a not guilty plea.
plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf? We'll set the matter for a pretrial. Any defense you might have to the charge is something you need to discuss with Mr. Patrick.
Were you saying that I had to talk, it's in there?
Pardon?
Who were you saying that I need to talk to as well?
You need to get a copy of today's order at the window. The limited information I have is that it was looked into. Your contention that you're not under that requirement, then it would appear you're probably not. However, you're still, according to the Department of Licensing, you are.
Yeah, that was if.
Because that is something that has to be resolved through a different part of this.
360 884 8017. Okay. Got it. Okay.
I cannot function for another court. If another court imposed the order, I don't have any authority to revoke another court's order.
Well, this is when my license was suspended in 2021. If I wanted to reinstate it before the suspension is up, I would have to have the interlock system. But because I waited, I didn't need to have it. Is what they told me. And I verified that with the DMV, my attorney.
We're not, can't get into that.
I know. It says right there on my license. Even the DMV guy, they went down there and told me that, so.
Anything I could do, I would do, but I can't. Get a copy of today's order at the window and see you back here. The date of your pretrial. Hopefully by that time it will be resolved, but this is something you need to talk to Mr. Haverhill.
Would I be able to get it resolved before the court? Before I had the court date?
Pardon?
Would I be able to get it resolved before I had the court date?
Talk to Mr.
I'll be
Haverhill.
able to talk to you.
Yeah. Anything further? Go ahead and get a copy of the order.
Okay. Good.
Yep.
You need anything from me?
No, that's it.
Yushi Heikkinen. Alyssa Kaiser. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is your full name Alyssa Delinda Kaiser?
Yes.
Citation I have alleges that on or about July 1, 2023, you committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. Maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days incarceration and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverhill to enter a plea on your behalf at this time, and he will represent you throughout the course of the matter if you are indigent, and that's your request. Mr. Haverhill?
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, as the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Kaiser, that reserves your rights pending the pretrial, which is going to be set for August 3rd, 11 o'clock in the morning. Do you have any conditions to request?
Just email the statement that you mailed to the court, email it to my address. So I can change the space, have a copy of it. Yeah, that's single space.
Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, and that would include if there is
Yelm Public Defense at gmail.com. They'll give you the address.
no hostile contact with looks like a Cynthia Miller. Again, today's hearing is concluded. You'll get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom. You probably know that by now. It's, outside the courtroom to your left. Any questions at all?
Done. Thank you.
Thank you for appearing. Good luck. See you back here in August. Patricia Longmire. Patricia Longmire does not answer. How about Juan Lopez Perez? Good afternoon, sir. Full name of Juan Carlos Lopez Perez.
Yes.
The citation I have alleges that on or about June 29th, 2023, you committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll represent you throughout the course of your case if you're indigent. That's a request. Haverco.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate probable cause as the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty is entered on your behalf. I'm going to set the matter for a pretrial. Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, no drinking and driving at all. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. Any questions? Man, a little frozen there. I've got the circuit and got the circling ball and nothing.
You won't see it. Yeah. It's good.
So it's not very, no good.
62.
62.
Huh, strange. You want the chair? Running now, August 3rd, be the pretrial date, 10 o'clock in the morning. So Lopez Perez, any questions at all? Wish you the best of luck. Abide by the conditions released. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. We'll see you back here in August. All right. Good luck. Emmanuel Mendoza Iniguez. Sir, if I mispronounce your name, I apologize. In any event, the city may have a motion in your case as well. This is docket number 20, page 4.
Mr. Honor, city police to man, 22 loss 3. And,
Mr. Mendoza, in English, you probably, if you were listening earlier, you had a criminal offense and a civil infraction. You now have 2 civil infractions. No jail time, and that means no court-appointed lawyer. You don't plead guilty or not guilty to infractions. You admit them or deny them. If you admit them, I'm going to impose a fine on each charge. If you deny them, we can set it for a contested hearing. First, do you have any questions about anything I've just said?
So if I deny it, so I have to go through court again or no?
Pardon?
So if I deny it, would I have to go through court and like try to fight it?
Oh, yeah, you can fight it if you want. That's the purpose of a contested hearing.
Yeah,
We can't have one today, but if you want, if we want, we can certainly set you for a contested hearing.
alright, and then if I admit it.
If you admit it, what I'll do is impose a fine. That would probably be 150 on the license, on no license on person. Then the no insurance ticket that starts out at 550. I would reduce that to 150. So you want to think about it a little bit, or
I'll just admit it, I guess.
do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license?
Do I have to call the DOL?
Department of Licensing, yeah, you probably have maybe unpaid tickets. It could be any one of a number of things. I would make that a priority in life.
Yeah,
I'll assess 150 on the no valid operator's license and 150 on the no insurance. One of the rules is don't drive unless you're licensed and insured. So I want to encourage you to do what you can to get your license reinstated.
yeah. I just got my SR 22 also. So that's yeah.
It's easy to lose, a little harder to get it back, and then keep it. Signing an order, setting the penalties. What I want you to do, get a copy of the order at the window. Payments are scheduled at $25 a month. If you have trouble making the payments, let us know.
Alright.
Okay, we can take care of that. Good luck to you. Thank you for appearing.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Joseph Murray. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Joseph J. Murray. Mr. Murray, the citation alleges that on or about December 12th, 2022, you committed the offense of malicious mischief 3rd degree. That's a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Aberco to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll do so at this time and he'll represent you throughout the course of your case. Should you require and ask for his services.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Murray, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. That sets the matter for a pretrial. Law-abiding behavior, stay in touch with your attorney and appear for court as directed.
No, don't go anywhere.
Hold on. Mr. Aberco will want the contact information from you. And he'll need your contact information as you'll need his as well.
Oh, you're not gonna sign.
I can't. Didn't see nothing.
We just put it.
Yeah, you did. I didn't.
What do you want? Well, we just did.
So you want me? Do I have to sign?
Why wouldn't you want to sign?
You know what you're doing on that computer?
So you're in court, and the court's gonna give you a new court date, you need to sign for that date.
That's what this is for?
Uh-huh. You have a phone number?
It's not mine, but someone that I live with.
Okay, I need some kind of number to.
360
Okay.
55 666
556.
55666.
What?
360 55666.
Okay, 556. Okay, let's do the three numbers. What's the last one?
360 5566607.
Okay, why don't you write it down? Because you're not giving me the appropriate number of digits. So if you figure out what the number is, you'll get a number, a message number from me. Leave a message on my message number.
Well, I'm pretty sure she has one on file. Because I had somebody that came
So
in
this
last
is,
time.
so this is 5566607. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's free to go. Yeah.
Mr. Murray, if that, no further questions, that concludes the matter. Get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. We'll see you back here on your pretrial date. Bradley Nevakowski. Does not answer. Albert Phillips. Albert Phillips. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Albert X. Phillips? Yeah. Mr. Phillips, the citation I have alleges that on or about June 21, 2023, you committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverko to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll do so at this time, and he will represent you throughout the course of your case if you're indigent, and that's your wish. Mr. Haverko?
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Phillips, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. Any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect. Law-abiding behavior is another one. Appear for court as directed. Any questions at all? Yes, sir. Pretrial is set for August 3rd, 10 o'clock in the morning. You'll get a copy of this before you leave by going to the window outside the courtroom to your left. And Mr. Haverko is going to want your contact information. And his will be on the order.
That's good. That's good. You won't see it. So you just have to have a sign without looking at your. All right.
Phillips, that concludes the hearing for today. You take care of yourself. We'll see you back here on August 3rd,
Before
okay?
you go, I need a phone number.
530. 292.
What was that?
292. 0137.
Mr. Phillips? Get a copy of the order at the window. Virtue Santos does not answer. How about Stephen Skarupa? Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Skarupa, is it Stephen Gregory? Yes. And if I mispronounce your name, I apologize. It's Skarupa. Now, the city may have a motion in with regard to your case.
Yes, Your Honor, city moves to amend, the citation to, expire that.
That means if you've been paying any attention, maybe not, maybe you were, no obligation to, but no criminal offenses remain on the docket here. You have 2 infractions. No possibility of any jail time, which means if you admit the infractions, I'll impose a fine. The infractions are expired tabs, invalid tabs, and no insurance. If you admit those, I'll impose a fine. If you deny them, you're entitled to a contested hearing, and that would be set at the next court date. I'll post 150 on the expired tabs, and we'll reduce, no insurance. You can't afford that ticket and insure $500 odd. We'll reduce that to 150 as well, and set your payments at 25 a month. Is that going to work? Yes. Now, what I'd like you to do is A, get insurance, and of course, and B, transfer the title. That's get that into the proper name. Save yourself a trip to court. Payments will be 25 a month. First payment August 6th. If you can't make a payment, let us know. Okay. Good luck to you. Take care. And again, yes, you get a copy of today's order out the window to your left. Robert Trevino. Ken Witkowski. Call through the docket. We still have people here. You were. Mr. Berger. Come on up and have a seat. You're towards the start of the alphabet, which means you may have wandered in before we sometime after we called your name. Is your name Derek Martin Berger?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Berger, you are maybe the subject of a motion, but no motion. Okay. You have 2 citations, driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree, and operating a vehicle without ignition interlock. On June 20th, you were issued a citation for the same thing on July 2nd. Driving a license suspended or revoked and no ignition interlock again. The first charge is a simple misdemeanor. The max on conviction to be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. The ignition interlock charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you on both cases. He'll enter a plea at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty pleas on all counts.
Mr. Berger, a pleas of not guilty have been entered on your behalf. Now, you got cited for the same thing 12 days after the first one. There's some judges that would have you taken into custody and set bail on you.
What happened
Oh,
years ago?
just Judge, please note, the first one is from 2020.
Excuse me. 3 years apart. And the 20, yeah, I apologize. I should have noticed that. The other thing I would have noticed is that where have you been for 3 years?
Right over here, my shop is right 1 block away from here where I live at.
You're subject to, according to the citations alleged, that you're subject to the ignition interlock in 2020 and still in 2023. That's note your plea of not guilty through your attorney here. Condition of release is don't drive unless licensed and insured, and don't drive without ignition interlock if you're required to have it. And of course, appear for court.
That's your. Here it is.
Mr. Berger, one of the things I could do is order you to install ignition interlock and file proof that you've done so within 5 days. With the proviso, if you didn't do that, I'd issue a warrant for your arrest and have you picked up on pretty high bail. I'm not gonna do that. But it's time to take care of these matters, okay? Get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Sir, you came in at late. If you could come on up, we'll address your whatever matter you have right now. Go ahead and have a seat and identify yourself by name if you would. Last name?
Hitzman. Hitzman.
Harry Donald Hitzman?
Yes.
Mr. Hitzman, the city may well have a motion in your case. That's docket number 15.
Yes, your city superintendent.
Mr. Hitzman, you came in a little late, but
I apologize.
that happens, but when you came in, you were cited with a criminal offense, driving with the license suspended, conviction would be 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. The city's moved to amend the charge, and the charge is amended to no valid operator's license, civil infraction. All I can do is impose a fine if you admit the infraction. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing. What would you like to do? Or do you have any questions about anything I just said?
No, I'm no, I agree. I'm on the license.
I'll take that as an admission. It says a $150 fine. Do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license?
I do not.
There's a flyer, Mr. Havergal, and maybe assist you with that. There's a flyer there with the number on it, with the information. Yep. What you need to do is get a hold of the Department of Licensing and find out what the problem is with your license, what it's going to take to reinstate it. That's where you start.
Okay.
But I'd make that a project.
Excuse me. Can I make payments?
You certainly can. We will set your payments at $25 a month with the first payment August 6th. That's a minimum payment. That gives you 6 months to take care of it. If you can't make a payment, let us know. Don't let it go to collections. Don't let it go to Department of Licensing. Just let us know. We can take care of that. We can deal with it. You can get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left, and that'll take care of the matter. But in the meantime, it is a criminal offense to drive and with your license suspended. Mr. Hitzman, good luck to you. You take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will go off right.
Yeah, and it looks like the one from this morning that had one on this afternoon didn't.
Mr. Dungan.
Mr. Dungan didn't show, so.
I don't see anybody else in the courtroom. From this morning, Mr. Dungan, he is docket numbers 5 and 6. Set for a pretrial protection order violation and then arraignment of this a new theft. City wish a motion would have a motion in that case.
Yes,
1,500 each, maybe.
oh, sure. What was that?
The docket number 5 protection order violation. That was the one for pretrial. Then the theft was the new charge. And Tyler Anderson, did we ever decide what to do with? Oh, that was Dustin Anderson was dismissed without prejudice, docket number 2. That was the one, the reset with notice to the, since private as the council,
Yeah, I'll reach out to Dave.
reset with notice. Good afternoon. We're going to go to the 2:30 mitigation calendar. We do have one person present, Morgan Shackle. Ms. Shackle, have a seat at the council table there. We'll address your matter at this time. You were cited for speeding on May 30th. You've asked for a mitigation hearing, which means you'd like me to reduce the amount of the fine. There's one other option you do have, and that's what they call a deferral. It's a way of keeping it off your record. You're entitled to do one deferral for a moving violation and one deferral for a non-moving violation every 7 years. So it's a way of keeping it off your record. Every court does it differently. What I do is continue the case for a period of 4 months. If during those 4 months you pay costs in the amount of $100 and attend traffic safety school, you can do that online. It's a program you can take. We'll give you information on that. If you do that and get no infractions during those 4 months, this ticket will be dismissed. It's a $270 fine. If you want to be just to reduce the fine, I reduce it to 100 or 150. Any questions about anything I've just said?
No, Your Honor.
What would you like to do? Would you like a deferral to keep it off your record? Would you like it just reduced and save your deferral?
I would like to defer it.
Okay, that's what we'll do. And you're off. Take care. I'll sign an order to that effect. It'll be ready in a minute. Yeah, that's driving a car is probably the most dangerous thing you're ever going to do in your life. Slow down and get there safely. I've been involved in so many cases over the years as a private lawyer where somebody was in a hurry and it didn't go well. Wound up in something you see on television in the bad news division. We'll defer it for a period of 4 months, review the record at that time, and if you've complied with the conditions, it'll be dismissed. Any questions at all?
I was just wondering, you said something about like road safety, like lessons?
There's a traffic safety school. It's a couple of hours online. And you can find that at a website, and that will be in the yep. There's the website on there, and you have to file proof of it. They'll give you proof that you have done it. Print that out, make sure we get it.
Okay.
Any questions? Always maybe a good idea to check with us about 3.5 months down the road, and just to make sure that we have what we need to have. Okay.
Okay.
Signing the order on today's hearing. Ms. Shackle, you can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. And the other, besides safety, the other part is money. That's the cleaner your record, the lower the insurance premiums you have to pay, and it's amazes me how much and how quickly they go up with the collection of infractions. So there's that aspect of it too. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Don't forget to get a copy of the order, and you take care.
Thank you so much.
Stay safe, and you have a good day.
I will. You too.
And thank you. go back, be on record for the 1 o'clock no-shows. The first one I have, and I hope I kept, is Kevin Bingaman, docket number 3, cited for NVOL with ID. We have several of those today. Amend that to with, from, without, and FTA that. The next one I have is the next page over, and that would be Brian Erickson. Now, Mr. Erickson, I spoke to him in custody, and we went back and forth on these 2 charges. Probable causes previously found, warrantal issue for his arrest, $2,500 each. He assured me that he would. Yeah, Kinsey to Ford. That's, yep. I did make a docket note here, I just didn't notice that. Amend to with. And FTA that as well. And that was Kinsey to Ford, docket number 7. After Mr. Erickson, go to docket number 14, Yushi Heikkinen. The site of detail was 3rd, amend that charge to the infraction of no vol 2 and FTA. Next, the one I have is docket number 18, Patricia Longmire. And that's, again, amend that charge from without to with ID and FTA. Next would be Bradley Nabokowski. We have heard from the DOC. So simply a reset with note the non-appearance for speedy trial purposes and reset with notice. Next, I have Virtue Evangelista Santos, find probable cause for the issuance to her of a citation for driving while under the influence of intoxicants, $2,500 cash or bond. Next, I have Robert Trevino. Find a probable cause for the obstruction charge. $1,500 cash or bond. On the infraction defective of horn/theft alarm, simply FTA that to Department of Licensing. Last is Kenneth Witkowski. Again, that's another amend NVOL to with, from, without, and FTA to the Department of Licensing. Good afternoon, ma'am. Pardon? Yes, are you? Are you Mrs. Franzak? We'll take your matter now. Come on up and have a seat. It looks like you asked for a contested hearing on a speeding ticket.
Well, yes.
Well, speeding ticket, you're cited for speeding and no insurance.
Right, and this is exactly what happened. The B Mahoney was going the opposite direction. And I have problems with this officer, and that's another thing I'm gonna ask you if I can get, talk to you about with him. I had just gotten a car and I was bringing it home to where I live on Collins Road. And he seen me and instantly flipped around and came and pulled me over. I wasn't going 15 over the speed limit, at all. And I told him, I was like, I just purchased the vehicle. within not even an hour ago, and I'm bringing it to my house where I live and to park it. And he was like, and where he pulled me over, and I asked him if we could even pull across the street, because where he pulled me over was right there at the stop sign on Collins Road, or Collins Road. It was unsafe. I asked him, I said, can we pull across the street? Because is it not safe to just sit right here in front of the stop sign? And he would not even let us pull across the road.
Okay, that's with regard to the speeding ticket. You're also cited for no insurance. Did you have insurance?
No, I'm not gonna lie to you, sir. No, I just had gotten the vehicle. I hadn't gotten insurance yet.
Well, here's how I'm gonna rule on the, I've reviewed the officer's statement. I'm not gonna read it into the record for technical reasons. He, well, I will say briefly that he clocked you using a speed measuring device. The court rules require that he establish the reliability. It's called a 6-6 affidavit, which I don't have. I'm going to find that you did not commit the speeding infraction. I will find that you did commit the insurance infraction. Now that's the expensive one, $559. Boy, that keeps going up by several dollars. That's but I'm going to reduce that from $550 to $200 even.
Okay. Is there any way I can make payments? Because I live
Well,
off my
certainly.
disability.
Yes, you can make payments.
Okay.
So, can you handle 25 a month?
Yes, that'd be perfect.
Let's set it at that.
Thank you.
Now, yeah, always a good idea to get insurance. I'd rather have you spend your money on that than
Yeah.
on this. But yep. I know it doesn't put a roof over your head or food on the table, but if you need it, boy, it's sure good to have.
Yes, it is.
It saves you a world of hurt.
Yes. And I need to ask for, like, because every time Brian Mahoney, whatever his last name is, every time that cop sees me, he harasses me.
Now that's a matter that you need to take up with the chief of police.
Okay.
I would do that. I'll sign an order on today's hearing, and I want you to get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom and to your left.
Okay, thank you.
You're entirely welcome.
Okay. Do I go out there now and get it?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yes,
thank you.
you bet. Did I say 150? 150, okay. For the Mr. Sue, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm here on the Adriana Hernandez matter.
I'm gonna pull that next. I'm making I gotta sign something here.
No worries.
Which little trouble with the electronics today. But yeah, I have the Hernandez matter in front of me. We can address that now.
And Your Honor, in regards to the speeding infraction, I'm moving to suppress the officer's report based on the fact that it does not include the type of speed measuring device that it uses.
Clock. It could have been a speed.
Yeah, it could have been a stopwatch.
Device of a stopwatch, sundial, anything else, but yeah, motion is well taken. It just references SMD. There's no 6-6 affidavit. I'll grant the motion on that.
Excellent, Your Honor. And in regards to the other infractions, in regards to the no insurance, I have received information from Mr. Sue that she does have insurance. However, it's not clear as to whether she had insurance at the time or whether she has obtained insurance after the fact. If we could have 30 days to provide that information to the court. I just wanted to ensure that we provide accurate information to the court. And I do know that she does have a signed copy of her registration.
What I'd be willing to do is either give you the 30, just reset the matter for 30 days, or I'm willing to find that she did have insurance in effect and assess the $25 and close the case that way.
I have no objection to the administrative fine of $25.
I'll give you your option on that. So,
I have no objection to the $25, Your Honor.
we'll set it at that. We'll send you a copy of the order on today, and I'm going to dismiss the failure to sign and and display the vehicle registration. I'm not sure I've signed mine in my vehicle. Mr. Sula, thank you for appearing. That concludes the matter. We'll go off record and certainly we'll send you a copy of the order on today's hearing.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Always a pleasure.
You take care of yourself, Mr. Sue, and talk to you next time. Have a good day.
Of course.